San Diego's world-class rock, 101.5 KGB. It's 7 o'clock and time for Abramowitz and the DSC at night on Clear Channel Worldwide, 101.5 KGB San Diego.
And our job is to wake you up with a smile on your face, and we like to put you to bed with a chuckle in your belly. You're locked into DSC at night. We do this Monday through Friday from 7 till about 11 with you. The perfect way to get you caught up on anything you might have missed from earlier today. Put your feet up, have a little dinner, stir up a martini, get caught up. And man, do we have a very powerful and emotional show for you. We had Damon and Brenda Van Dam come by our studios, and you'll hear thoughts from them. We had Mark Burnett from the Survivor Series, kicking off a brand new Survivor Series, by the way. Shelley Dunn's Crackpot News, Dave's Celebrity News. You're hanging with DSC at night.
I'll be damned. How many timeouts do we have?
3.
Can we take them all now?
Now listen up. You're hurt, you're tired, you're bleeding. I'm gonna make you a promise. We get in that end zone, you're not gonna feel any pain. You hear what I'm saying? All right. Huh? Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Split right, fake 28 sweep. Riggs play. All right, let's do it. 1, 2, release!
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the girls got all dressed up for a phone interview today. Jill brushed her hoof. Emily's got her extra shiny Powerpuff Girls lunch bucket. And Shelley blotted down her back sweat today.
Thank you.
Here's Scott Bakula.
Oh, I'm such a big fan. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, we all are, Scott. Big fans not only of the movie we just played there, a great football movie, but also the television series, Quantum Leap.
Oh, I love that show.
You know, it was a clever idea.
Yep.
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
And really enjoyed that. Especially liked it when, if you never got to see Quantum Leap, it's a real pity, but the show was about a guy who every week, because of magic, became someone else. Mm-hmm. He was transformed into someone else, and it was his opportunity to go back in time, to go forward in time, or whatever, and
help the course of events.
Yeah.
Help history or rewrite
right the wrongs.
Yeah, exactly.
Right the wrongs. And I remember one in particular, one Quantum Leap in particular, where the show always started.
Right.
You know, you look in the mirror.
Zapped into somebody else's life and body.
Yeah, we always see Scott Bakula, but there's always an opportunity for him to look in the mirror or see his reflection. And, you know, sometimes he sees a different guy. Sometimes he sees a child. Sometimes he sees a woman, which is what he's playing.
I remember that.
And this one was you were assigned to the Secret Service detail on Kennedy's trip through Dallas.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
And at the end of the episode, you were depressed because the president had just been killed and you'd failed in your job, and you're asking your friends, you know, what was the point of this? We didn't do anything right. And they said to you, oh no, you don't understand. The first time around, Mrs. Kennedy was killed too. See, so he saves Jackie Kennedy's life.
What a guy.
So he's a real hero.
Yes, he is.
Scott Bakula.
Yeah.
So what's going now? Shockwave?
Shockwave 2 tonight.
What is this all about?
Well, this is the finishing up of the cliffhanger from last season. Our ship has been surrounded by 30 Suliban ships. We're about to be destroyed. I've offered to give myself up. They've asked me to come over to their ship, and they will let Enterprise survive. And in doing so, I've been transported into the 31st century, where I'm going to get information that will help me and help my ship. And our mission actually has been threatened also because we've destroyed a colony of 3,600 colonists. We think that it was our fault, but it wasn't. So there's a lot of writing on tonight's episode.
This is Star Trek stuff, right?
Yeah, yep.
Now, is this Star Trek that you're doing, is this supposed to take place before or after the Star Trek that we knew, like with Captain Kirk?
This is 100 years before Kirk and Spock.
Okay.
And it's 150 years from today. So it's not that far in the future. And I think a great part of the appeal of this has been that people can kind of relate a lot more to us as humans out in. We're the first ever to travel in deep space with warp technology, and so we're out there kind of, like the Wild West. There are no rules. There's nobody out there telling us what's right or wrong, and we know we have a few Vulcan star charts that kind of guide us, and other than that, we're just out there.
But sometime on tonight's show, you get transported 10,000 years into the future.
Yeah.
Now, what kind of imagination do you have to pretend to know what's going to be happening? Can you give me some examples on how you will demonstrate what the future is like 10,000 years from now?
Well, what we find out is that, to be quite honest, and this isn't a cop-out, this actually was a story point, but by transporting me 10,000 years into the future, we actually destroyed everything that was there.
Is the Earth still alive?
Yeah. Well, you'd have to think so, or I wouldn't be around
Exactly.
at all. So, but we have to get me back out of there in order to put the future back together again. So it's kind of complicated, but it's kind of classic time travel stuff. And if you like that, that's a lot of what's going on tonight.
If I'm not mistaken, the Earth is still alive in the year 8585, or however the song goes.
That is the
Yeah,
song.
that's
you're
right.
Yes.
That's right.
You get to do your fair share of this kind of time travel stuff. You did that with Quantum Leap, and you're doing this again now with Star Trek. And the science fiction kind of fits you good, doesn't it, Scott?
Oh, I've actually, in my career, I've found my way into a lot of it, and it's kind of one of those things where it wasn't a lot of planning. It wasn't, that's all I want to do. But I've for whatever reason, I have credibility there. So people seem to respond to me in the genre, and I certainly spark to a lot of the ideas and the scripts, and I certainly have been a fan of science fiction since I was a kid. So I have a vivid imagination. I'm getting to use it.
Shelley still has the 1995 March issue of Playgirl on which you appeared on the cover. It's tattered and dog-eared, and that's the nicest we can put it.
Stop it. Well, you're just such a gorgeous guy. I mean, I know you hear that all the time.
That's very sweet of you to say.
Oh, it's true.
And you seem to have handled that with grace and, charisma. Instead of being a jerk, you seem to be like a decent guy or regular guy.
That's the thing. He's
The
accessible.
kind of good-looking guy like Mel Gibson that guys can like.
Right. Exactly.
Well, thank you. It's a lot of times it doesn't get you a lot of press in this town in Hollywood, but
Not being a jerk?
I'm doing my own thing. Yeah.
In other words, sometimes being a jerk gets you more press.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I know exactly what
Yeah.
you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still waiting to find you, in a tree someplace, claiming to be on some sort of medication or
With some sort
Absolutely,
of firearm. Yeah.
Cruising Santa Monica Boulevard, late at night.
exactly with a she-male in the back seat.
That's-
Going to get a
Exactly.
newspaper.
Just
right.
giving her a ride home.
Those guys all survived that, though.
I know. Isn't that amazing?
Scott Bakula is with us here on the KGB, and it's is it tonight? It's tonight, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it's on at 9 o'clock tonight on UPN when Scott Bakula picks up round 2 of Captain Jonathan Archer's role tonight to step into the 31st century because Star Trek people love it.
They do love it. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's 35 years now, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is this like the 3rd or the 4th kind of really major installment of Star Trek?
It's the 4th franchise. You had
Okay,
the original, then you had Next Generation, Deep Space. It's the 5th, Voyager, and now us.
Well, I hope you continue on Star Trek, and I hope you do some more movies
I
like we
hope so,
just
too.
listened to. It was a pleasure talking to you, and we'll be sure to watch you tonight on UPN. It's 9 o'clock tonight with Scott Bakula.
Thanks very much.
Nice to meet you, man.
Thank you.
Take care.
Oh, blow him a kiss, why don't you?
All right.
Poor Scott. There you go. See you, man.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Suzanne?
Dr. Carter, please.
Look. I didn't mean to mislead you yesterday. Well, yes, I did. It's just that...
You were embarrassed. Yeah. Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Blake.
Paul.
I think it's admirable, Mr. Blake, that a man your age has the courage to come back to school to offer your body up to the football gods. But I don't give special treatment to football players, so wear a helmet, try to save a few brain cells from the class.
I guess this is a bad time to ask you out.
Does it kill you when a guy like Scott Bakula in the movie Necessary Roughness is basically throwing himself at some frosty, frigid old maid who wants nothing to do with him?
It kills me.
Yeah. It's like when we're watching Friends and Jennifer Aniston and Monica, the Rachel, they're all like, oh, I can't get a date. Yeah, I can see why. You're only the most gorgeous thing ever.
Why don't you just shut up, Missy? Yeah.
Can we get a custodial crew in here? Shelley's back has burst into a new blossom of sweat.
I was okay on that. I think because he was on the phone, I was better.
I'll go bring in some cedar chips and we'll throw them down and sweep them up.
Look at that. Jill shed her hoof and come out with a brand new hoof.
She shaved it.
Yeah. All right, quick timeout. It's KGB San Diego. You're with Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw.
Well, what are we doing standing here listening to this for?
DSC at night.
They can teach us stuff.
101.5.
My plan is working.
Your plan to piss me off?
KGB. Here's this week's test of the emergency alert system. We'll be right back.
Bud Light presents Real Men of Genius.
Real Men of Genius.
Today we salute you, Mr. Used Car Lot Auto Salesman.
Mr. Used Car Lot Auto Salesman.
Slick back hair, a sharkskin suit, alligator boots. You cultivate a look that oozes trust me.
I think that I can trust you.
You stand behind every car you sell. Because if you stood in front and the brakes failed, you'd be crushed.
You better watch out now.
Oil leak? What oil leak? That puddle under the car is just sweat from all that horsepower.
Let the horses out now.
So crack open an ice cold Bud Light, Mr. Peddler of the sheet metal. Because when life hands you lemons, you sell them.
Mr. Used Car Lot Auto Salesman.
Bud Light Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Bridgestone dealers are the tires that do everything.
For the vehicles that do everything.
SUVs and light trucks.
So what more could Bridgestone possibly offer the person who does everything with the vehicle that does everything?
How about a 5-in-1 TV that does everything?
It's a lantern.
It's a flashlight.
It's a siren.
It's an AM/FM radio.
It's a travel TV.
It's a $79 value. And it's free when you buy 4 select Bridgestone dealers with Unity technology during Bridgestone Dealer Days.
The perfect complement to the new Bridgestone Dueler 8D Revo with Unity AQ2.
A tire that does everything well in SUVs and light trucks.
Just come to Dueler Days at participating Bridgestone retailers.
And Firestone retailers, too.
Yeah, buy 4 Dueler tires.
And get a $79 travel TV absolutely free.
Offer ends October 12th. See store for details.
Or call toll-free 1-877-TIRE-USA or visit BridgestoneTire.com.
You know, we're kind of the anti-bland food restaurant. We're on a mission to serve the most flavorful Mexican food out there.
Ralph Rubio of Rubio's Baja Grill is on a mission to make a great fajita platter.
What we do is we prepare our marinated char-grilled chicken and steak so it's nice and tasty and juicy. We marinate it in lime and lemon with cilantro and pepper and garlic, you know, lots of onions, because the marinade gives you a chance to introduce a lot of flavors. There's just a lot of flavors coming at you.
Introducing Rubio's new Baja-style fajitas. Lots of char-grilled chicken or carne asada with grilled onions and peppers, black beans, and savory rice, but only for a limited time.
You know, you grab a soft flour tortilla with all the fixings, and it's surrounded by black beans and all these peppers, and it's just this incredible meal. I mean, that's what we're all about.
Rubio's Baja Grill, the true taste of Baja.
Want to get better performance and better gas mileage out of your car? Then get to AutoZone and get everything you need to tune it up. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey, I don't get it. Why would you ever want to throw your hearing aid away?
The DSC at night.
Oh, yeah.
KGB.
It's the KGB San Diego, Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Radio Show. We got a lot of guests scheduled for today, including Mark Burnett. Did you know it's Survivor tomorrow?
I know. I can't believe it's already that time of year again.
Will you be suckered into Survivor once again?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Is this our 4th season of Survivor? I think it is.
Isn't it? Yeah.
5th installment, certainly.
It's the 5th one?
Yeah, there was the Richard one, then there was the Colby one, then there's the Africa one, and then there was this last one. And so this will be 5.
The last one wasn't in Africa?
It was in
Australia?
Australia, yeah.
So this is the 5th one?
Yeah.
Dang.
I still think the Colby one was the best.
Yes.
And we remember Colby, and not that Tina won.
Well, she wasn't the most exciting person.
I know.
He blew it, though. He gave it up.
I know.
Still, it was kind of cool to watch her body shrink and her boobs stay huge.
Yeah, and I think we have a couple of bolt-ons on the new episode.
Oh, yeah.
Well, hopefully that person,
sure.
well, woman, will decide, will remain to the end. So she can shrink down, but those croquet balls will remain the same size.
It's fun to watch.
I just hope they aren't in one of these places where they have crickets that eat your legs up like they did on
that poor little girl who got bitten.
Colleen.
Yeah.
Remember Colleen? She was so cute, little pixie doll.
Mm-hmm.
That she'd come out with her great big destroyed legs.
It was terrible.
Kind of ruined the whole fantasy for everybody.
Yeah. Well, they shouldn't have panned down. They shouldn't have shown us that. We don't want to know.
Yeah.
You know. Ugh.
And it starts tomorrow.
And I'm still confused as to why none of the people bring as their luxury item bug spray.
They aren't allowed to bring anything sensible. They aren't allowed to. That's why they always bring something stupid like finger symbols.
My hacky sack.
Something else for us to make fun
Ridiculous.
Although Mark Burnett did say that sunscreen is provided, which was
good.
always a big concern of mine because I walk to the car and I I burn.
Blister.
Poor guy. I see you there sitting at the TV worrying about these people. Dermatological issues.
Right.
Very concerned about these people. Saw the John Ritter comedy last night.
Wasn't
Anybody?
that funny?
I
Really liked it. And your
loved
old
it.
dinner pal Katie Sagal plays his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Yeah, and it's
That's a fact. I did have dinner
with Katie Sagal.
privately. With Katie Sagal.
But
Don't
nice
hurt yourself,
cast.
Cookie.
It was a fun show.
He's great.
I loved it.
Hey, I
loved
liked it
him.
too.
He's in
I
my
loved
top
him.
10 of all time.
Is he in the I Like Club?
I like John Ritter.
Good. I like him
Who gets
too.
kicked out?
Addition.
Yeah. Who gets bounced? No one. He's an ad.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
so it's
He's
Ben
an
and-
expansion.
It's Ben and Craig from the Padres pre- and post-game
Right.
show. You got Jennifer Aniston, of course. You got John Stamos. You got John Ritter now, and of
Yeah.
course, the legendary Hall of Famer, Jason Priestley.
Now it's a little heavy right now. It's a little packed.
We need
There's
a
not a
woman.
lot of room in the I Like Club, but don't worry, the Padres season is very close to being done. Ben and Craig, get the hell out! What are you gonna do? Soak up space for 6 months? I don't think so.
I got a couple of nice candidates, and I think people will be very pleased with them.
Did you watch the show after that, the Bonnie, what's her name show?
Yeah,
I saw
frantic.
that.
Did you
Yeah.
like it?
Frantic. Little much.
Little much for me. I had trouble sitting down and watching it. I thought,
What is it? New TV week or something? I haven't seen any.
Yeah.
Preview. They were giving you little sneaks last night. Yeah.
Yeah, on the ABC
I was playing
shows.
video games all night last night.
Did you win?
I'm trying desperately to cheat my way
I
to
know.
a win. Yes.
I'm asking.
I finally got through drain damage, which is a level that had really bothered Allie and me.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, I'll tell you what, the whole neighborhood knew when we finally beat that guy. There were celebrations and high fives and
Oh, really?
dancing and carousing. Yeah,
Now, is Allie still stuck at that level, and did you just leave her in your dust?
team effort.
Okay.
Excellent.
Team effort. We're through it.
That's nice.
We're not looking back.
Good.
So we're pretty excited about that. I have a severe case of PlayStation thumb this morning, but
Oh, no.
I'm expected to be ready by the next game.
Well, I'm hoping you'll like this John Ritter show in particular, Dave, because it pertains to two teenage daughters.
I've seen the promos for it.
And this may be your life in 5, 6, 7 years.
Hey, what's the story on
Reminded me of
John
that
Ritter? I was
several
reading an interview with him, and there was a book written called You'll Never Have Sex in This City Again. he was interviewed by Vanity Fair, and apparently there was some kind of big sex scandal with him.
Really?
And he avoided the question. He goes, please don't ask me about this. I've got a family. It's very hurtful. Does anyone know anything about this?
Don't know it.
Do not.
I know that book was written by some sort of Hollywood hooker type.
Yeah.
He married that red-haired raven from Wings.
Really?
Crystal Bernard?
No, the other one, the frizzy-haired
The taller one?
I don't know who that
I
is.
barely remember her.
sheets today.
I barely remember her either, but she was the kind of like the bitchy friend.
Oh, kind of the slutty
The
one.
brother's girlfriend, I think.
Right.
Okay. And
That's all I know. I
Not
don't know.
Jolie Fisher.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Some woman who has disappeared from the TV map.
She has.
So John Ritter is back on TV, and he talked about how he doesn't really like Suzanne Summers that much.
Yeah, we saw that Hollywood True Story.
Just doesn't care for her that much.
Oh,
She
wow.
ditched him, and it got ugly. And even she said that she would have played it differently.
Well, she got into a money bitch fight.
Yeah, and
You know,
Alan
the show's
Hamill.
nothing without me, and then they proved it was.
Alan Hamill was whispering in her
Right.
ear, hold out, hold out, hold
Right.
out. And
She said they used to work out with each other, and that she would get down on her knees. God! And she would press on the outside of his thighs while he desperately tried to force his thighs outward.
Right. Damn it.
And she would call him the Thigh Master.
Damn it.
And it galls him every time he sees now, years later, every dollar that's spent on something called the Thigh Master, because she called him the Thigh Master.
he might need to get over that.
DSC at night.
KGB.
There's lots of things you can do to help preserve your higher mileage car. You can wrap it in bubble wrap. You can have a mechanic move in with your family.
Good night, you two.
Good night, Al.
Or you can make sure you give it Valvoline's Max Life, the first motor oil formulated for higher mileage engines. Max Life reconditions used seals to help prevent leaks and keeps your engine running better longer. So whether you change your own oil or you have someone do it for you, ask for Valvoline's Max Life. It'll help keep your car around for many years to come.
Carrot Top here at the beach for 1-800-CALL-AGT for collect calls. Just soaking up the sun and whoa, look at this little ray of sunshine. Hello.
Hey, you're that Call ATT guy. Do that thing you do.
Anything for an audience. Carrot Top here with my trusty payphone to show you how to make a collect call. With 1-800-CALLATT, just dial it down the center to save in every call. It's free for you and cheap for them.
Need to make a collect call? Just dial down the center with 1-800-CALL-ATT and save on every call.
Savings versus dialing 0 with MCI for interstate calls.
I'm here at City Chevrolet checking out the huge selection of brand new 03 Chevrolet cars, trucks, and SUVs. And all I can say is style is back. While everyone else is clearing out their 02s, we're on overdrive at City with dynamic new 03 Chevrolets, Tahoes, Trailblazers, Suburbans, Corvettes, everything you've got to have, all with 0.0 financing. Get 0.0% APR limited term financing through GMAC on all 03 cars, trucks, sport utilities, and vans. Not just certain models, but every 03 City Chevrolet in stock. Or take advantage of rebates such as $4,000 cash back on Chevy Ventures. If you've been thinking about a new ride, get up, get out, get in here, and save on a brand new 03. You'll find out how incredible the new Chevys really are. City Chevrolet, across the way from Mission Bay off I-5. We'll be there. Limited term financing on approved above average credit through GMAC expires 9/30/02. Chevy Trucks, the most dependable, longest lasting trucks on the road.
The Diamond Source, San Diego's finest jewelry store.
And here's the jeweler and master diamond cutter who pioneered quality and value in San Diego, Marco Levy.
The Diamond Source carries very high quality diamonds and jewelry, but we are for every budget. Because no two diamonds are exactly the same, the Diamond Source will teach you how to avoid making an expensive mistake, even when you're buying a certified diamond. It's expensive and insignificant to buy brand name diamonds. The Hearts and Arrows has the same fire as an ideal cut diamond at the Diamond Source. Why pay so much more? All our diamonds are graded by GIA or AGS. I personally inspect and choose every diamond for optimal color, cut, and clarity to guarantee the highest standard and best prices anywhere.
The Diamond Source carries an extensive collection of diamonds and engagement rings and an amazing collection of jewelry designs with diamonds and precious gems and the finest watches. Visit us in Old Town or at SanDiegoDiamondSource.com.
All right, here's the plan.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. DSC at night.
What kind of moronic plan is that?
San Diego's world-class rock.
I think it's reality programming.
KGB.
On board to KGB, it's Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw with you. Thanks for switching this on. Yesterday I got talking about Jack Welch, who was the former executive top dog at General Electric. And I was bemoaning the fact that he had to give up or at least pay for some of his perks that he got from GE because I'm a wannabe fat cat.
One day you will be.
I hope to rake Clear Channel over the coals one of these days.
And we're all pulling for you.
Well, I have a list of some of the stuff that he got, and this is only some of the stuff, okay?
These were his perks.
These are perks, and remember, he gets these for life.
Right.
He doesn't work for GE anymore.
He's retired.
And I'm not sure how it works. I mean, quite obviously, the story that we heard yesterday about how he's going to start paying for these things, well, really what he's paying for is he's paying for a fraction of the cost of these things. And it's purely a move to decrease the appearance of his wealth because he's in the middle of a contested divorce right now.
Exactly.
Here are some of the things that General Electric pays for. First of all, think about it for yourself. What does your company provide for you? Your company does provide some things for you.
Sure.
A couple things. We get some things from our company. It's kind of nice. We get the occasional this, the occasional that. And that's just a perk from working here at the company.
Exactly.
All right? A lot of people do get that kind of stuff. The occasional. Here's some of the stuff that Jack gets. And remember, he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 homes.
6 homes.
Yeah, 6 homes. So, for example, the telephone systems that GE provides for him are at all 6 homes.
All right.
And some of these are provided at his 2 offices. Okay?
So that would run into a lot of money if you weren't getting a
Well, there's a total
freebie.
there's a total of 8 locations here. He's got
Right.
2 offices and 6 homes.
Right.
And because he wants certain telephone systems, and I got a hunch it's more than just a rotary dial princess phone,
Bet you're right.
he gets them at 8 locations provided by GE, a company he doesn't even work for anymore, and he gets this until the day he dies. That's the deal. That's how much GE wanted him. Okay? He gets cell phones.
Okay.
And that includes equipment, maintenance, and service. So he doesn't pay a dime for that. He doesn't pay for his airtime. Fax machines, all 8 places.
Okay.
Internet connections. You know he's got COVID. Got the high speed, and he's not dropping a dime on it.
Yeah.
Told you about the telephones. He has a telecom technician to make sure that everything's running
Got to have that.
at all 8 locations. He has local service and long-distance service for his telephones paid for. He doesn't get a phone bill
That's sweet.
at any of his offices or homes. Phone bill? Nah, don't mail it here.
And if he did, it could potentially run into thousands of dollars.
Right. He has desktop computers at all locations.
Wow.
And that includes the equipment, the maintenance, and the service. Docking stations. He has laptop computers and travel laptop computers, because apparently there's a difference.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I thought a laptop was a laptop.
He gets printers, BlackBerry Palm Pilots software, and his own personal IT technician at all locations.
Wow.
Be a personal person to make him feel inferior for
He
not
gets
being
his
able to.
own personal IT guy.
Wow.
It's right there, Jack.
Stupid.
Dining out, he has his own personal table at Jean Georges,
Ooh, it just sounds good.
which is in New York City, so I got a hunch it's probably a little bit better than a hot dog hut.
Probably.
Paul Ringo is his second choice.
At his New York home, flowers, food, wine, rental cars,
Wine?
a chef, and a wait staff
Chef and a wait.
are
Waiters?
all provided
Free
for him.
waiters?
Free waiters, free
Now
chef,
you're hurting me.
free wine,
Wine?
free food, free rental cars,
Aw.
and free flowers.
And he can demand to have the waiter right there on the table, and they have to comply.
So he doesn't pay for any of that stuff.
Oh.
Do you have fresh flowers in your house every day? Fresh cut flowers in your
Not
house
every day, but I love them. I mean,
Do you pay for them?
Sure.
Jack
when I
doesn't
gotta
pay for 'em.
go- I mean,
Pay for
Costco's a
groceries?
great. Well, yeah, sure.
Jack doesn't pay for his groceries. Pay for your wine?
Well, yeah.
Jack doesn't pay for his wine.
Oh crap.
Rental cars?
Yeah.
As good as Hotwire
I
can
know.
take care of them.
Still money out of my pocket.
He doesn't pay for it.
Damn.
Got a chef?
Just me.
Jack does.
Oh.
Doesn't pay him. Got a butler and a maid and all sorts of other little
No,
waiters.
I don't have that.
All sorts of other minions who are instructed, don't look at me. I'm not paying you, don't look at me.
Back out of the room. Don't look. Don't make eye contact.
Then he decided, I'd like to be a member at Blind Brook, Pine Valley, and Augusta. Augusta, of course, where the Masters is played.
I'm familiar with that.
And they go ahead and take care of his initiation, which is
Could be how much?
the hundreds of thousands of dollars part. But not only that,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can have all the money in the world. It's whether or not they want you there. A place like Augusta, Bill Gates, who truly does have all the money in the world, took him years to become a member out there.
You had to pass a test.
It's whether they want you there or not.
They can be that finicky.
Oh, do you know about what Augusta did last week?
No.
Oh. I'll come back to Jack Welch in just a second.
Explain it to me.
Did you cover this in the Sports Network?
Just lightly.
Augusta is a mostly white male golf club.
Right.
They have a couple black members.
Yeah, one, Tiger Woods.
Tiger, right.
No, there's more than that. Yeah, there's more than that. They started letting a couple black members in back in 19... All right. What?
I think when Tiger joined, the black membership doubled. So there's one other guy.
So it was OJ and Tiger? Or
They started letting a couple black members join back in the early 90s.
Yeah.
That was before Tiger was on the scene. No women. No women allowed. And so the Society for Bitter Lesbians called up. And they got Hootie on the phone, and Hootie's the head dude out at Augusta. And they said, you going to let any women join your club?
Right.
And instead of Hootie just saying, we're a private club, and we just as soon keep it that way, and our business is our business. Instead, he responded, not only are we not going to allow women in our club, but we're also going to tell IBM and Coca-Cola, who are the major sponsors of the Masters tournament, that we're not accepting their advertising this year so that you can't go put the screws to them. So they shut down the advertising, costing them over $7 million
Really?
at the Augusta National. The Masters will not have advertising.
And they can afford that.
They normally have about 4 minutes of advertising a year during the TV coverage. And the major on-site sponsors were IBM and Coca-Cola.
Yep.
The Masters went to them and said, listen, we don't want you to get, your arm twisted by the National Association of Bitter Lesbians. So, no sponsors. And why don't you just piss off?
Because they're locked in with CBS. CBS is already doing them.
Right.
And they're already paying for it.
Yeah.
And they can afford to pay what the advertisers would have paid.
They have very fussy
Obviously,
rules.
they're picking up
Private member. They don't want to be impinged. They don't want to be
Yeah.
infringed, excuse me. They want to set their own
private
rules.
club is a private club.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jack wanted to be a member at Augusta, Pine Valley, and Blind Brook, so they pay his initiation and dues. And that doesn't count the other country clubs, and I don't know how many that includes in other.
Good Lord.
He has floor-level seats for the Knicks. He has a grand tier level at the Metropolitan Opera Box. He has VIP tickets for everything NBC does, whether it's entertainment, news, or sports.
Jeez.
He has VIP tickets for the Olympics. He has a skybox for the Red Sox. He has tickets for the French Open VIP seating, U.S. Open courtside seating, Wimbledon VIP seating, and a Yankees box right at the dugout.
Dang.
So...
Oh, man.
Oh, and by the way, he hasn't spent one dime on any of that stuff.
Yeah, what does he do with the money he actually earns?
If he doesn't have to pay for anything.
Stuffs it in his mattress.
Sheesh.
I'd throw it all over the top of the mattress and roll around in it.
Now you know why
Jeez.
I hope to be a future fat cat.
Hey, I hope you are too.
You see me saying that to Mike Lickenhouse? Augusta, Blind Brook, Chef, Flowers.
He's just laughing.
Print that out, scratch out Jack Welch, write in Dave Rickards. Here's your checklist, Mike. Get going.
Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
All right, folks, this is KGB San Diego. For the past, 8 months, this town has been gripped by the David Westerfield murder trial, which is finally, thank God, over. And the Van Dams, who said they would just as soon have everybody leave them alone, do want to tell their story, and they're bringing it here to the KGB this morning. Brenda and Damon Van Dam in studio with us this morning here on the DSC. You will hear them in the next couple of minutes on the KGB.
DSC at night with your host, Abramowitz.
Sorry.
KGB.
It all started back in October of 1810 to celebrate the wedding of Bavaria's Crown Prince Ludwig to Princess Teresa of Saxony-Hilberghausen. Everyone was invited. They honored their king and queen with pork sausage and beer. They called it Oktoberfest. And they've been doing it over and over again ever since. 191 times already. Well, loosen up your lederhosen and set down that schnitzel. It's time to start a new tradition. We call it Bexfest. It's different. It's happening in California, and it can happen anywhere. But look out when it does. Bexfest is the kind of party people will still be talking about in 190 years. Grab an ice-cold Bex. It's time for something different. Life beckons.
Imported by Bex North America, Stamford, Connecticut.
Football is all about winning, and so is Hotwire. You win every time you book a flight and save. And if you want to see a game out of town, you can't beat Hotwire's prices on flights, hotels, and car rentals. And now you can become even a bigger winner with the Hotwire Pro Football Flyaway. Winners get flights for two to a pro football game, plus hotel and car rental. To enter, just log on to Hotwire and click on the contest button. Whether you win the contest or just say big on Hotwire, it's the classic win-win situation. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents except Puerto Rico and Rhode Island. 18 or older. Must enter by 11/15. Void where prohibited. See complete rules on Hotwire.com.
This is a message for George. I'm a spoiled customer of one of the better-known men's stores in New York City. However, I went to Men's Warehouse for the first time recently, and I bought several suits and sport jackets. They were tailored perfectly. My hat is off to you because the other question mark I had about Men's Warehouse was whether or not the quality was up to some of the better stores in the United States. And I tell you what, there is no doubt you have a new customer in me. Your quality, your cuts, your suits, and the pricing combined with the service, just no wonder you're so successful. But my hat's off to you. There are other retailers in the industry that should learn from you. Congratulations on doing a great job. My hat's off to you.
I take it you like wearing hats, or at least taking them off. You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it. I'm George Zimmer, founder and CEO of Men's Warehouse.
10 San Diego area stores. The Men's Warehouse. To speak directly to the store nearest you, call 1-800-776-SUIT.
Get up, get out, get into Poway Chevrolet and take advantage of 0% APR on every single 2003 Chevy car, truck, or SUV. It's Poway Chevrolet's 2003 kickoff with 0% APR on all your favorite 2003 Chevys, Suburbans, Tahoes, Silverados, and more. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Looking for diesels? They got them. Or get $6,000 net savings after $1,000 factory rebate and $5,000 discount off MSRP on Chevy's popular 03 LS Silverado with bucket seats, V8, 6-disc CD changer, and more. Also, get huge savings and low APR financing on all remaining 2002s. But hurry, there aren't many left. Limited term APR financing on approved credit, rebates in lieu of financing. All LS Silverados with bucket seats at that price expires October 1st, 2002. Poway Chevrolet.
Hey, it's Boyer here. Come find the ride of your dreams right now at your truck headquarters, Poway Chevrolet. Just 5 miles east off Highway 15 on Poway Road in Poway.
San Diego's world-class rock. This is 101.5 KHB DSC at Night's promo here. Well, a week from tomorrow, very special day at Street Thursday Golf. Exploded as we take over the beautiful Riverwalk Golf Course. Now, you need to be listening to KHB to win your slot when we ditch work and golf Riverwalk for free. Everybody playing gets a really cool golf shirt from Ashworth, the #1 brand clothing in golf. Now, C&M Chevrolet is giving away a 4-wheel drive 2003 Chevy Avalanche for hitting a hole-in-one. Now, you can win prizes from Golf Mart, all to love for getting closest to the pin or just simply hitting the longest drive. Now, you can stick around after the match for free food from Sombrero's Mexican Food, thanks to House of Blues, Zip and Zach's Filling Station Restaurant, and Teltech Plus for making our free day of golf possible. Keep listening to win your seats from DSC and San Diego's world-class rock, 101.5 KGB. And let's get back to DSC at night.
Now there's a hissy fit going on.
What's the matter?
Television here. It's a KGB, the Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Radio Show. Apparently, Regis and Kelly did a special primetime show. The big guest was Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
They kept him on for, I guess, 10 minutes of live TV, and never once did Regis or Kelly bring up the name Jennifer Lopez.
Really?
It's weird.
Now, Shell, you reported that she is 2 months pregnant.
Knocked up?
With Ben Affleck's love child.
Mm-hmm.
It's been reported that they're getting married, but nothing, not one word. And Ruth, as you pointed out, Jennifer Lopez gets married with the frequency of changing her underwear.
Well, there was a rumor she was pregnant to that guy right before she left him, too.
Now, nobody is that empty-headed, especially when you're interviewing a guy. I mean, that's something that you bring up. So obviously this was a prearranged thing. Ben was on to promote the premiere last night of a TV show that he sold to ABC. In fact, the whole hour was false advertising. They could have called it the Regis and Kelly ABC Fall Advertising Lineup.
Wow. I watched that show, Push Nevada.
Every guest was plugging a show on ABC. It was shameless.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Regis and Kelly don't usually work with a band, but last night, Jim Belushi was the band leader.
Oh, no.
Hawking his sitcom. I didn't know Jim Belushi had a sitcom. Is this the one with Courtney Thorne-Smith?
Yes.
Yes.
That's back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wasn't that good?
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow night, ABC is rerunning the premiere episode of the series he created. It's called Push Nevada, and you saw some of this?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
And?
It was very strange. So you know it's strange if you think if I think it's strange. It reminded me of Twin Peaks, which I know you guys hated, but which I liked. But
Push is the name of a backwater town where more than $1 million was stolen. And every week they drop several clues, and then after 13 episodes, some lucky viewer will win the $1 million.
All right.
See, this is what he was talking about yesterday that we couldn't understand.
Right.
It's a TV show, but it's a game show at the same time.
An interactive blah, 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 blah.
It sounds great except for one thing. TV Guide says there's no conceivable way this show is ever going to work. It's too derivative and complicated. But even if it didn't suck, it competes with CSI and Will and Grace.
Well, good luck.
So, by the way, Will and Grace, we're going to have Karen on the show tomorrow.
I love her.
Who doesn't?
She's fabulous. And you know what? She might surprise us with another talent that she has. I saw her on a talk show earlier last week, and she's a singer, and a good singer.
Cool.
Yeah.
I saw her on a talk show, and I didn't recognize her because she doesn't look like Karen.
That's right.
She's
Without
not
the
all
big hair.
twisted up and all tight like she is on Will and Grace.
Yep.
So anyway, Ben has been forced to guarantee that he'll pay the $1 million prize even if the show doesn't make it till week 13.
Oh, no.
Yeah, not push,
Oh,
fold. in the
I don't get how you find the clues. I don't understand.
Do you guys know Triumph, the insult dog?
Yeah. Conan, yeah.
Oh, my God.
This dog is hilarious. It's a puppet that's on Conan O'Brien's show. Well, Mary Hart doesn't appreciate being mentioned in the upcoming CD by Triumph.
Oh.
The famous puppet name checks her on his new rap CD. The lyric in question goes, I humped Mary Hart's leg on the ET set. I got Phil Jackson's crotch on the Lakers team jet.
Uh-huh.
He's basically, this is Triumph, the insult dog, humping legs and telling, as opposed to kissing and telling. Mary says, gosh, don't they have to get your permission to do that? No. No. Go ahead and take a puppet to court. Good luck with that one.
Remember he was making fun of Jennifer Lopez's butt right to her face that one day.
I know.
MTV Awards last year, I think it was.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Who is Alexander the Great?
He was great.
A Russian
and
czar.
He was Alexander.
Egypt.
I thought it was Russian.
He's one of those guys that everyone knows. Alexander the Great. What did he do? Where did he live?
Something great. Yeah.
No idea.
Spanos.
According to NBC.com, Tom Cruise and Heath Ledger have both walked away from Oliver Stone's project Alexander the Great. It's been offered to up-and-coming Irish star Colin Farrell. It could make him a household name, but there's an issue.
What's the issue?
Apparently Alexander was gay.
That's why he was so
Poor
great.
Tom Cruise.
It would be an incredibly brave but possibly career-threatening move for some of these stars. They've played gay roles and gone on to be sex symbols, but it's very tough.
Yeah.
Fans are more homophobic than you'd think. Farrell is a rising star, so his advisor says, I'd take a pass on that. When asked if he'd be comfortable playing a gay character, his spokeswoman said, of course. Then she changed it to, I don't know. And then she said, no, and hung up.
That's the kind of representation you really need.
Yeah. I want to get a traffic update here on the KGB. And then when we come back, Brenda and Damon Van Dam will be in studio with us for their first radio interview here on the KGB.
Hey, Shelly and Chainsaw. DSC at night.
KGB.
Toyota's 10 event clearance is back. The biggest savings of the year are under the big top at all 10 San Diego County Toyota dealers. Everywhere there's a tent, there's cash back. Like $1,000 factory cash back on a Camry Solara. Or drive home a Camry sedan with an APR as low as 2.9% or a zero drive-off lease. Yes, lease a Camry sedan for just $299 a month for 48 months with nothing due at lease signing. Everywhere there's a tent, there's big savings. But hurry, the tents come down September 30th. So see your Toyota dealer today. Lessee pays 15 cents per mile for all miles over 12,000 miles per year, plus tax and license. Special APR on approved credit. Factory cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight September 30th, 2002.
We've got what it takes, San Diego.
Solara offer excludes convertible. For details and disclosures, call 1-888-SD-TOYOTA. Get the feeling. Toyota.
San Diego Padres pitcher Brian Lawrence.
Baseball has always been pretty much my life since I was 5 years old. My ultimate goal was to make it to the big leagues. And now it's just kind of fun. You know, this is my job. This is what I love to do. And I just want to continue to go out there and pitch the way I've been pitching and, give my team a chance to win when I go out there.
Right-handed kicks and deals. Swing and a miss, struck him out, and the ball game is over. His fourth strikeout of the ball game, and Brian Lawrence pitches a complete game victory.
It's Padres 2002 presented by Saquon. Saturday, September 21st, get a Padres 3/4 sleeve baseball shirt presented by Singing Hills Country Club at Saquon and a 2002 team photo presented by Wiener Schnitzel. Then Sierra Padres take on the Dodgers at 7:05.
Hot team, San Diego Padres and me.
Get your tickets today by calling Friar Tix at 1-877-FRIAR-TIX, on the web at Padres.com, or stop by any San Diego County Office Depot location.
Ralph Rubio of Rubio's Baja Grill talks about his inspiration for fajitas.
We were traveling down to Cabo. We stopped one night to camp, and these fishermen came over and invited us to have dinner with them. And it was incredible. You know, the cooking over the open flame, the marinated meats. It was an incredible meal. Never forget it.
Introducing Rubio's new Baja-style fajitas.
We make our fajitas with char-grilled strips of marinated chicken, carne asada. You mix it all together with black beans and rice, and it's just, it's unbelievable. You grab a soft flour tortilla, you fold it up, and you just take a bite. It's awesome.
Try Rubio's new fajitas. Lots of char-grilled chicken or carne asada with grilled onions and peppers, black beans, savory rice, and all the fixins, but only for a limited time.
I mean, when you go to Baja, you certainly remember the food. It's that good.
Rubio's Baja Grill, the true taste of Baja.
Do you carry a flashlight with you into the shower? Do you have a 10-year supply of toothpaste? Do you put sunscreen on the night before? If you're the kind of person who always likes to be prepared, then we've got a deal for you. Right now, all Michelin tires are on sale at Sears Auto Center. These are the lowest sale prices of the season from the store that sells more Michelins than anyone. So come to Sears and be prepared to save. Sale ends September 25th. America's #1 tire store. Sears. Where else?
Congratulations to Rico Palmadas from Spring Valley. Today's winner in the McDonald's Your Lucky Day Hawaiian giveaway. Stop by McDonald's today for your chance to win and try one of McDonald's new sourdough sandwiches.
DSC at night. DSC at night.
This is the KGB.
It's the KGB San Diego, Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Radio Show. Thanks for switching us on. You see, Brenda, the first thing we do with our guests is we mess up their hair.
Right.
That's what we like to do right out of the box. Get your hair done up all nice, and we make you wear headphones.
I didn't do it for you.
I did this for you.
Yeah, pretty impressive, huh?
My hairdo for you. Did my nails, got all pretty.
And he shaved even.
I did. Oh, God, I was so glad to shave.
Oh, you should have seen the beard.
Can you hear
Ruth is in another building.
Oh, I'm
Or
sorry. We
another,
didn't tell you that,
studio.
Ruthie.
I'll come say hi afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's in a for good
Oh,
reason.
around the corner.
We keep her in a different room. Yeah, Ruth works down the hall, and then behind you is the chainsaw, and that's why I said you have to wear these headphones because you'll hear people talking that you don't see.
Right.
It's an odd setup, but hey, thanks for coming in. Brenda and Damon Van Dam are in studio with us this morning here on the KGB, and it's all finally over. Or it is over, isn't it?
We still have sentencing.
Do you get to now? Is this the thing where you guys get to go up and have your say?
Yes, we do.
And will you?
I will.
Yeah, I bet you will.
I don't know if Dame is going to, but I certainly
I don't think
will.
I have anything to say to him.
By the way, I want to tell you, I thought you guys did a great job in La Jolla yesterday.
Thank you.
Very good job. And Damon, you were smart. I saw you at the end saying no more questions. And have you noticed that they don't respond to that? The no
really
more questions.
don't.
Except with more questions.
Right, right.
They never did, even at the beginning, and it was hard to not keep answering the questions at the beginning. But
Because you don't want to be rude.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And they do actually have your interest kind of at heart.
They do.
They have their interest at
Yeah.
heart.
Exactly.
I'm sure
But
that
through their interests, sometimes yours are better.
I'm sure that the Van Dam family could write a book about what it's like to deal with the media.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of help from friends and people that came in and helped us deal with it.
Yeah.
I actually believed everything I saw on the news before this, but now I kind of wonder. There were so many inaccuracies, in the beginning, and I thought, oh my goodness, I can't believe everything I see on TV.
Well, you hear that all the time from people like Julia Roberts and stuff, and you see them when you're shopping. You see their faces on these things, and Julia Roberts ate a frog and kicked a puppy, and she's like, "No, I didn't. I don't know where this comes from." And you guys lived that, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, you got to wake up and read things about yourselves, and see things and hear things that were totally made up.
Some of it was totally made up.
It's the best fiction on TV.
And the difference is with Julia Roberts, it's in what you would term a rag. And this was, with you guys, it was with what you would think are legitimate publications.
Well, considering the circumstances, you would hope that they would have the information correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, aside from all the horror that went along with this, you also had to endure the very difficult challenge of becoming most famous married couple in San Diego past couple of months.
Yeah.
And I bet that's not something you'd wish on your worst enemy.
No. I mean, I wish that I go out and people everywhere know me. They come up and hug me.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish no one knew me, but I have to live with what I have. And everyone who has given me a hug, I thank them, because some days I'm having such a rough time, and a total stranger will come up and give me a hug, and it makes me feel better.
Has everyone been nice? Because some people, you know, behind your back where it's a little bit more convenient, would say during this whole thing, they don't look sad enough to me. You know, they critique your behavior a lot. They just, you know, if that was me, I'd be crying my eyes out. Why aren't those people crying? I mean, you had to deal with that.
No, not everyone has been nice. There are some people out there who've been very ugly. I don't think they know us. I think a lot of people are opinionated, and they've judged us without even knowing us as people or as parents.
Yeah. It's worth adding, though, that no one that's come up to us in the stores or on the street or at the parks has been mean. Everyone that's come up to us has just wanted to give hugs and you know, been sad and cried for us.
Absolutely. If we get an email or a letter and it's nasty, it's anonymous.
So of course,
no one's willing.
That's
no
right.
one's willing to tell us
That's
face to face.
And the odds on that, we've got, I think, about 3,000 letters from all over the world, and probably another 1,000 emails. And of those, we've got, I think we're estimating 15 to 20 bad letters, and probably about that many bad emails.
Wow.
So
let's go back to the sentencing. Damon, you said, I have nothing to say to this guy. And Brenda, you said, I'm going to say something. What do you...
I have a lot of questions to ask him.
He's not going to answer them, though, you know.
I know he's not going to answer them, but I just want to remind him of what he's done and what he's taken from us. And I don't care if I get an answer, but he'll be thinking about what I asked him, and it will be in his mind, and that matters to me.
Seems to me, in La Jolla yesterday, I think you said this, Damon. I'm going to paraphrase you because I didn't memorize your speech, but you said something to the effect of, it didn't matter to us what the decision was in terms of the penalty.
Right, didn't matter at all.
Didn't matter because he's going to die in prison no matter what, right?
Yeah. All that really mattered to us is that he didn't get off and out in the street again to hurt another child. And that was what was most important.
That was no question.
That happened at the first verdict. The first verdict was where all the real tension was for us. And after that first verdict, the first was guilty, and then there was a special circumstance. And when they said the special circumstance applied, at that point, he was life without parole.
Not getting out.
It was all, that was where all the tension was released, really.
What we were trying to figure out when we were trying to put ourselves in your mindset was, okay, so there's two choices here. It's either life, never getting out, and a miserable life, or waiting for his date in the execution chamber. So which one would you prefer? And we kind of speculated, you can tell me if we're way off on this, we kind of speculated that it might be better to have the death sentence because if he gets to live out the rest of his life in prison, I know it's prison, it's no fun or anything like that, but he doesn't have to go to work anymore. He doesn't have a mortgage like you do. He doesn't have responsibilities and kids to raise and all that other stuff. So I would think that you would want a death penalty so this guy has something to think about. That's what I thought.
I just think I would prefer, I don't know if I prefer one or the other. I think I would like him to feel a little bit of what Danielle felt. I want him to be afraid, and I think he will be there in either on death row or, with the general population. But I know that it's going to be very scary because I know there are inmates in there that are already waiting to get to him.
That's right. And that's what we heard a lot of people saying, well, at least if he's in the general population, let's let the other inmates take care of it with this honor among thieves that they talk about.
Yeah, I don't know for sure how it works, but from what I've heard and been told, if he goes in as life without parole, he would be segregated into the child molester area, so he wouldn't be with the general population. And if he goes into death row, he ends up segregated in death row only, and you only get like an hour outside 5 days a week. I think just as far as which punishment is worse, the death is worse psychologically, because knowing that that's coming up, that you pretty much know the day your life's going to end is a scary thing. But again, it goes back to I don't care. The guy can't get out and hurt anybody. It really doesn't matter what happens.
It's over for him.
Yeah.
The minute you heard guilty, bye-bye. That's it.
Yeah.
That was a big
hope.
relief.
Yeah.
Big relief. Just right then I knew that he couldn't hurt another child, and that was what was most important to Damon and I.
I keep trying to think what the emotional roller coaster it must have been for you, waiting to find your child and then waiting for the trial and then waiting for the verdict. I mean, that waiting for the verdict must have really sucked.
I think the hardest part was not knowing for 26 days where my daughter was, but there was one person who did know and wouldn't tell. That was the hardest part, because I think if we had found her sooner, I would have been able to look at her little face again.
Yeah.
I would have been able to touch her hands, and I didn't get that chance. The rest of it, I mean, sitting through court every day, I did that for Danielle. I did that because I wanted justice for Danielle. As far as the verdict, it was hard waiting, but I kind of looked at what the jury was doing, and I realized that they were really just being very methodical and looking through all the evidence.
Yeah.
I never really felt for a moment that they could come back not guilty. With all the evidence that they were presented, I could not see that happening.
Let's talk for a minute for some of the people who were involved, other than your family in this case. A lot of the police in this town listen to this show. Is there a message that you have to the San Diego City Police?
I would like to thank them all for working so hard and just being so dedicated to finding Danielle. And I know it was hard on a lot of them too, because it took a lot of time and a lot of time away from their families. And I would personally like to thank Lieutenant Jim Collins and Judy Woods, because every day they were a part of my life during that time, and I needed that, and they were there every single day.
And Jim and Judy would come in and tell us, and the other few officers we met would tell us how personally all the people investigating it took it, and how seriously they took it, and to meet personally.
Two other people who listen to this show, and I know for a fact they're listening right now, are the people who found Danielle, who really turned this thing on a dime.
Definitely. If we did not have so many people in San Diego that were willing to give up their free time away from their families to go out and search for Danielle. And I don't think searching was an easy thing. I mean, they were in thick brush. They were just, I don't think it was an easy thing. And I think they knew what they were looking for. And that alone, psychologically, is very hard, very difficult. And I would love to thank each and every one of them. Damon and I went to the search center every day, and we would personally thank whoever was there. We wanted to make sure everybody was provided for, that everyone had food and water. That was all that we could do. We weren't allowed to physically go out and search, and so we could only do what we did, and that was to be there every day and to thank everyone who was taking time to search for Danielle.
Kogo, our sister station down the hall, is going to have a nice party for Danielle this weekend. Is it Sunday that party is?
Yes, Sunday, September 22nd would be Danielle's 8th birthday. And laying in bed at night, I get, my head's just full of stuff, and I have to go write it in a journal, or I go downstairs and type like a mad woman. And I was thinking about her birthday, and I thought, oh my goodness, this would be the time that Danielle and I would be starting to plan her birthdays, and all of our birthday parties in our family are grand.
Yeah.
And
like ridiculously grand.
Ridiculously, I
lots of stuff.
Spend lots of money.
Yeah, I know
One
some
year
kids like
Danielle
that.
actually had Barbie come to our house, and
wow.
and we had more dads at our birthday party that year. Yeah, the dads were dropping off the little girls. It wasn't the mom. It was wonderful. They had a great time. But so I wanted to make this day a positive day for our family.
Yeah.
And I thought it would make it easier for us to get through it. So I started planning out this event, and then we ended up partnering with Kogo, and they've been amazing at getting everything organized. We've worked so hard together, and I think it's going to be a great event. It will be from 11:30 to 4 at the Carmel Mountain Rec Center. And there's going to be just a wonderful amount of entertainment, clowns, magicians, jumpies, free food for everyone. Well,
Let's mention Community Safety Day.
it's a community safety fair, so there's going to be a lot of
Learning how to keep your kids safe, things like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people know how to keep their kids safe, but what I think a lot of it, I wanted it geared towards the children because I think the children of our community have had that, they've had that sense of safety taken away from them.
Yeah.
And I think kids should grow up feeling safe. So if you go to daniellelegacy.org, there's a whole page on the whole event, and you can download the flyer.
Damon, are you able to stay in your house? Do you think long term will you continue to live there?
I don't think long term. It's kind of sad. It's nice to have her room there to go and mourn her and remember her, and for the boys to play in. But long term, I don't think so. I can't say for sure. I mean, a lot of things depend on my job and stuff. But at this point, eventually we'll probably move. Yeah.
How impossible is it to drive past his house every day?
Not really impossible. You just kind of, it's creepy. It's.
I would think it is for everybody who
Sad
lives
place.
there.
I get kind of numb. I would love for somebody to buy that house and just tear it down and make it a little park. Make it something happy. I think the whole community would feel better about that because everyone has to drive by that house.
You're right, yeah.
A lot of people were asking about this story that came out in the newspaper yesterday about the whole the plea bargain that was happening minutes away from them finding Danielle. And see, I think, Damon, you had said you had kind of dismissed that, saying you can't believe everything you read in the newspaper, right?
Yeah, once again, until I hear it from a credible source like Jeff or Woody themselves or Paul, I don't necessarily believe it. If it is true, though, I'm glad that our volunteers found her, and it ended up on our terms, not his.
Yeah, it's really better the way that it went, that they were actually able to find Danielle, because imagine yourself in the Smart family's position. That's terrible.
That's terrible. Couldn't imagine it. Early on, we talked to John Walsh about it, and John Walsh said, "Do anything you can because tomorrow there could be a terrorist bombing, or tomorrow something else gets in the news, and all those news trucks out front are going to drive away.
That's right.
And you may never find her." And at that point, it was do anything. We were very driven to do anything to find her, and yeah, being in Smart shoes or other people's shoes that they still don't know where their kids are. I couldn't even imagine. Those first 23 days, was it? 29 days?
26 days.
26 days. We're just awful. We're just the worst. And if we still didn't have her, I'd have to still be searching. We'd probably have no volunteers left, and I'd be crazy.
Yeah. And you'd be out there.
I'd be out there.
My heart goes out to the Smart family.
And Jahi.
Yeah.
Gone.
Definitely gone.
That's, I mean, as bad as it is, as awful as it is, at least you know where your girl is.
That's what I ultimately wanted. I wanted her to be in her proper place, and she is.
Yeah.
She's at home with us. And I think all children deserve that respect. And I think the hardest part was just not knowing. Yeah. From the day I had Danielle, I had always known where she was. And then one day I wake up and you don't know.
What's your happiest memory of Danielle?
Oh, I just loved her giggle and her smile. She was such a sweet little girl. She would do anything for anyone. And she enjoyed cooking. I was teaching her to cook. She wanted to play piano, and she actually started playing, and she had 8 lessons before she was abducted. And she loved spending time with her friends. And I think one of my happiest memories would be last summer we went on a 9-day camping trip on the beach. And every day we went down to the beach, and that was one of her favorite things to do. And it was such a wonderful family vacation. And I have a lot of really wonderful memories from that.
Did she ever talk about what she wanted to be when she grew up?
She did. She wanted to be...
A mommy was the first.
A mommy was her first... Her first choice was a mommy like me, but then Damon and I told her that she could also work and that she needed to go to college and then later on she could become a mommy. So then she chose veterinarian.
When we got the dog and went to the vet, she was just intrigued with, she went back there and put the dog on the table and watched what the vet did to the dog and asked all these questions. And right after that, it was like, that's what I want to do.
It's cute how little girls get nurturing that way. They want to be mommies and take care of little things, or they want to be vets and take care of little critters. And
yeah.
Obviously Danielle was that way, too.
Dylan was the same. He wanted to be a veterinarian. That's why I got a little confused here.
Yeah, and maybe a dancer, too, because we had that when she was doing ballet and after she did her...
Recital,
she just loved being on stage.
The first thing she said when she got off stage is she ran up to me and she said, "Mommy, I like that so much, I want to do it again."
Was she just nervous as all get out before she went on?
She was so nervous. And we have a video of the recital. And during the recital, she got out of step for a moment, and then she realized and she ran back in. And it didn't bother her at all. And then she was fine from that point on. And when she came off, she said, "That was so much fun." And I just thought, okay, she's going to be on stage.
A star.
She's going to be a star. I always knew that Danielle would be something great. I think all of my children will be something great. And I knew that she would be remembered for something, but I never thought it would be this or anything like this.
Since you said that, now that it's all done, is there anything good about her being remembered this way?
I actually think that the fact that Damon and I were so dedicated and devoted to finding her, and we were willing to go in front of the media every single day, that this case became so big that the whole world has looked at it. And I think it's brought with that awareness that our children aren't safe. Maybe statistically, child abductions have gone down, but we just can't stop at that. There's other things that have to happen. And I think this Amber Alert has saved quite a few children. And I really feel if this had not happened, that the Amber Alert would still not be in operation.
We're going to take a quick time out here on the KGB, and we'll continue with Mr. and Mrs. Van Dam and hear more about their beautiful Danielle here on the KGB.
KGB. This is the DSC at night.
If you go ahead and listen very carefully, you'll hear the familiar sounds of no one caring.
1015 KGB.
Hey, what do you think America sounds like? Sometimes I think it sounds a little bit like... Then other times I think it's more like... with maybe just a hint of... and a little...
America sounds like all this and more at SeaWorld's Sea to Shining Sea Music Festival, September 14th, 15th, 21st, and 22nd. There'll be bluegrass, rock and roll, and more performances by Dixieland bands, barbershop quartets, and military bands. And what's a celebration of our nation without classic cars, fire engines, and of course some of your favorite American tastes. It's all included with your park admission. And while you're here, pick up a SeaWorld passport for a great time all year long. Come celebrate your true colors with us and experience the American spirit from sea to shining sea.
But pretty much all the time, I think America sounds a lot like this.
For more information, visit SeaWorld.com.
Bridgestone dealers are the tires that do everything.
For the vehicles that do everything.
SUVs and light trucks.
So what more could Bridgestone possibly offer the person who does everything with the vehicle that does everything?
How about a 5-in-1 TV that does everything?
It's a lantern.
It's a flashlight. It's a siren.
It's an AM/FM radio.
It's a travel TV.
It's a $79 value. And it's free when you buy 4 select Bridgestone dealers with Unity technology during Bridgestone Dealer Days.
Perfect complement to the new Bridgestone Dueler AT Revo with Unity AQ2.
A tire that does everything well in SUVs and light trucks.
Just come to Dueler Days at participating Bridgestone retailers.
And Firestone retailers, too.
Yeah, buy 4 Dueler tires.
And get a $79 travel TV absolutely free.
Offer ends October 12th. See store for details.
Or call toll-free 1-877-TIRE-USA. Or visit BridgestoneTire.com.
Miramar Volkswagen plans to stay San Diego's #1 VW dealer by offering you the incredible 2003 Passat GL lease for just $259 per month for 48 months excluding tax per month, and you pay just $995 at signing, including tax, title, and license, and no security deposit required. Imagine a 2003 Passat GL for just $259 a month. VIN number 096727. With VCI approval, you pay just $995 at signing. Total payments $13,430, residual $13,104, and 15 cents a mile over 10,000. This is a high-performance 170 horsepower European luxury sedan with 8-speaker CD stereo, seat belts for 5 real people, 6 airbags, halogen head and tuxedo taillights, and more. The incredible 2003 Passat GL, only $259 a month, and only at San Diego's #1 VW retailer, Miramar Volkswagen.
Miramar Volkswagen, you're gonna love the way you feel.
Drivers wanted.
Credit cards are great, but Hotwire doesn't think you should need one just to see low fares.
Tom, want to take the Hotwire Travel Challenge?
Sure.
Where do you want to fly?
San Diego?
Let's look at 4 weeks out with a Saturday stay over.
Okay.
Hotwire's hot fare is?
Wow, $259.
Let's check Priceline.
Sure.
I'm going to need your credit card.
Even before I can see what I'm going to pay?
Would you rather do it the Hotwire way? You can see a price right up front.
Seems a lot simpler. See fares without giving up your credit card first. Take the Hotwire Travel Challenge. Fares change all the time. Fares are non-refundable, non-changeable. Log on to Hotwire now.
1015 KGB.
Thank God there's DSC at night.
DSC at
That's
night.
101.5 KGB, baby.
You see, I act like a 12-year-old, but I feel like a 70-year-old guy. So put me somewhere in between there on that one, okay?
You're a solid 60.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We were just going through, we get this a lot when we have guests come into the studio. It's like, you don't look at all like what you sound like.
Right.
And usually they go around the room and they get to me and say, you're much better looking than...
They do? Yeah, I've missed that part.
Well, usually.
Is that where you use
You're
the
right.
cough button over here?
That's what that's for. Mr. and Mrs. Van Dam are in studio with us here this morning. Thanks so much for coming in, really. Boy, you guys have been pushed and pulled from all ends of the media. Everybody wanted to know your side, and I'm glad you chose to come over here to Clear Channel today. And I know you're going to go down and talk to Cliff and the guys on Kogo. And let's talk about, again, briefly before we finish up, the big birthday party that you're going to have for Danielle this weekend.
Well, it's going to be on September 22nd, which is Danielle's 8th birthday. It is called A Day for Danielle, a community safety fair. There is going to be food, some guest speakers. Brian Mainshine will be there.
We were at a candlelight vigil for Danielle at a park very close to your house. Is this the same
It's
one?
the same park.
Okay, all right.
It's Canyonside Park.
We're going to have child ID cards, escape school. There's going to be magicians and clowns and jumpies. Of course, you guys have your pitching machine there.
Cool.
And
Boy, is that depressing. You ever thrown at a pitching machine?
Probably about 25, maybe 30 on a good day.
With a running start. I did. I literally ran, and I think I topped 40.
And you broke a nail. It was a sad day for you.
A lot of tears.
Oh.
So we should add it's Canyonside Park, which is right off
Actually,
I-15
it's Carmel Mountain Rec Center.
Oh, Carmel Mountain Rec Center. I'm sorry. Oh,
That's
I'm thinking
okay.
of the other park.
Yeah.
It's right off of 15 and 56 Ted Williams there, where the stuffed pizza used to be.
And if you go on to Danielle's website, which is daniellelegacy.org, it'll have information on the whole event. And there's a flyer on there. You can download it or
Directions and stuff.
it actually has the address to the park. I don't think there's directions, but it has the address.
In all the times that we've been seeing you in the media, you've been you've had either carefully prepared material, and I understand, by the way, that up until very recently, you folks were told what you could say and what you can't say, and I know that Dushek and all those guys and the judge were always talking to you, saying, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. So what you could say was very carefully prepared for you. Now that you're out in the open, are Are you doing something to my radio station on that keyboard over there, Mr. Engineer? I see you.
I'm not touching anything.
Or is that Ruthie typing? Are you
No,
typing,
it's not
Ruthie?
me.
All right.
I'm
You know,
listening.
Damon, he sat down here at this keyboard. What can I do with this radio station right now? He knows what he's doing.
He's taking over.
Everything you've said has had to be very carefully prepared. Now that it must be at least a little bit of a relief to have this behind you and to be able to say what you want, to be able to talk about things that you want to.
It's nice, but some of those statements that we prepared, I prepared for myself just so I wouldn't forget
Right.
what I wanted to say, because I did have so much that I wanted to say and so many people I wanted to thank. Just like yesterday's statement, I didn't want to forget anything, and so I decided I would type it up. And of course, I was so nervous I couldn't remember it, so I had to keep looking at the page. But now it is nice to be able to go out and to talk about it and to let people hear who we really are, because I don't think they know who we really are. They only know what we've been portrayed as.
Sure. Yeah. Well, is there anything you want to say before we finish, now that it's your own time and it's your own mind, your own words? Is there anything you'd like to say? Oh, they point to each other.
You do it. No, you do it.
You tell him he's ugly. I'm not going to tell him.
Yeah, I'm always saying he hogs the time, so now he's... But no, go ahead, Damon.
No one cares what I say anyway. They always put you on TV. So
I don't know. I think I'm better at answering questions, but other than thanking everyone who has had absolutely anything to do with helping us find Danielle, and I'm really glad that this part of it's behind us.
Yeah.
And for all the people who haven't seen us cry, we do cry. We do cry in our beds. We do cry at night. I learned a great deal of things from my therapist, and one of them is to give yourself time every day to grieve. If it's an hour, if it's 30 minutes, you can sit and just look at pictures of Danielle and cry, and then you put on a new face and you face the world. And that is how I'm getting through it.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, from day one, I think maybe the first 2 days I watched some news, and then it started getting ugly, and I thought, you know what, I won't be able to make it till the end if I continue watching the news and reading the paper and reading the articles and listen to radio. So I didn't. I shut myself out from the world, and I did what I had to do.
Is it any better? Is it any lighter? Is it any easier than it was 6 months ago? Or do you have the occasional day that brings it back worse than ever?
Oh, I have many days that bring it back worse than ever, because she was such a big part of my life. All of my children are. You know, I've dedicated my life to them. I gave up my career to be a mom, and I love it. I mean, I look forward to the summer because that is our time to spend together. And then when they're back in school, I miss them so much. It's just amazing, and we have such a wonderful relationship, and I just adore them. I think they're perfect in every way.
How are your boys?
Actually, they are doing very well. They have been in counseling since, I guess it was the first week.
Mm-hmm.
I put them in right away. During the whole trial, I haven't had time to take them to counseling, but they have an on-staff psychologist at school. And if I kind of feel like Derek's having a hard day, I'll call her and she'll pull him in and talk to him. The school has been wonderful. I mean, they really watch them. They just want to make sure that they are comfortable. And if they even sense that something's wrong, they'll call me and let me know.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah.
Damon, anything you want to say? Now that the handcuffs are off and you can say whatever you want to say?
As far as dealing with it, it's hard to deal with. You can go longer in the day to deal with it, pretending it's okay, but it's awful losing her. It kind of gets worse after time, you know, when you're alone. And you know, I think we've been misrepresented as bad parents, and we're good parents, especially Brenda. She's just the awesome mom.
She sounds like the mom's mom, because
yeah, I mean,
not every mom misses their kids when they're at school. A lot of moms are like, let me have some time off now. And I think that's cute that you miss your kids when they're at school.
Well, before this too, she would volunteer at school, so she'd be in one class or another 2 or 3 days a week, helping out as a room mom, and it's just awful, and we've been portrayed as bad parents, and we go out of our way to be good parents. We've read on parenting. We've had to work on parenting, and these other things that people mention really have nothing to do with anything, and it's all been blown out of proportion, and it's sad that we've had to deal with that too. But I think most of the people know, so I won't bother going into it because most of the people realize that.
I wouldn't want a camera in my living room when I'm sitting in my chair with a beer and my boxer shorts and the prosecutor there to tell everybody what I'm up to.
Well, it must have been
I don't
gratifying
envy you that.
to the, not the jury foreman, but the other guy who went on television. I don't know if you saw this. And one of the reporters said, how did you feel when they started introducing lifestyle into this case? And he sat back and he said, I just thought it was silly. It had nothing to do with the crime.
They rolled their eyes.
They rolled their eyes. And my fear in watching the trial was that that's what it was going to be about, not the crime. And I was so relieved and so glad that that's how the jury was taking it, that look what the defense is doing. They're trying to introduce something into this that has nothing to do with it.
Right. And once again, the news, after the day of testimony is over, the news would hype what they want to hype.
That's right.
And the public would get that view of that's what went on that day of trial. But when we sat through it, like the jury did, and saw what the jury saw, it goes back to when the jury was out for so long. And in the news, they're going, they could come back innocent, and we had no worry of that at all because when you sat in there and watched it, it was like there's no way they're coming back innocent. The only possibility is they're coming back guilty or they're coming back hung.
Right.
That's awesome.
I think one of my biggest things with that issue is that I was glad to get my testimony over with so that the jury could actually see the real evidence.
Right.
Because I knew in my heart that what we testified to had absolutely nothing to do with Danielle being taken. And what we have testified to is that's the full extent of our life. Everyone knows everything about us now. There are no hidden, nothing is hidden. It's not, I think the world has made it out to be much more than it is. I think because they're fascinated with sex and sex sells. If most of the commercials today that are on TV, I look at them, and before they tell you what they're advertising, Damon and I are guessing and trying to guess because you cannot tell.
Yeah, actually, wouldn't that be a game you'd like? Guess the commercial? Because a lot of times it goes, you can't even guess what it is.
Based on the sex act, yeah.
Yep.
It's true.
Well, the district attorney's office and the police and the search teams really did a commendable job, and they did right by you guys.
And the lab people.
Yes.
Great now.
The lab people, too. They've worked many hours. But I think Jeff Dushek is awesome. I think in the middle of the trial that Danielle was lost, and I think that in his closing arguments, he put everything back into perspective. He pulled everything back in, and I knew he could do it.
Knockout punch at the end, I'll tell you what.
He was amazing.
Knockout.
He was amazing.
Yeah.
He was. He did a great job.
But let's not forget Woody either for keeping him on the ropes the whole way too.
Well,
well, he's like Robin to Batman.
Oh man, and Woody is so smart. It's scary, But he's a very intelligent man, and I'm very happy that he was on our team.
Well, and the two investigators too, is it Keene and Collins, who talked about? There's an article today in the UT and talking about their breaks in the case were that they suspected right away from the nervousness of Westerfield, and the way the article portrays it is, if that hadn't fallen all into place, they might not have gotten the jacket. They might not have gotten, the dry cleaning might have been taken back by David and somehow destroyed. Right. Something might have been done to it. So
and
a lot of people
and all
together.
The others too, because Pargan noticed the hose out, and there was. That's why I don't want to single out people. There was a lot of people that worked really hard at the San Diego Police Department, and our hats off to all of them.
And even the media, as jerky as the media can be, this wouldn't have happened without the media. Yeah. Without you standing out there in front of your house,
begged,
pleading to people, hey, don't forget about us.
It took us 5 hours to get the first media truck out there, and we begged, and then we realized that we needed help because we couldn't do it. So that's how we got in contact with the media person who helped us, because what we wanted to do in the very beginning was go national. We wanted to get Danielle's picture out there as far as we could, and to as many people who would look at it.
Don't do this. Don't put that on.
Is this song just the worst song?
Oh, this song breaks my heart.
Make us all cry.
They were playing this yesterday on Channel 8. And
I got to tell you, I went in one day. I took my mother to the spa when she came in to get a manicure and a pedicure. Actually, we weren't planning to get a pedicure, and she was going to have her hair done. And I walked into the salon, and this song came on. And it was the salon I took Danielle to, and she loved the spa pedicure chair.
Yeah.
And I just looked at my mom, and I said, Mom, we have to get a pedicure. And we ran and jumped. I got Danielle's chair. My mom sat next to me. But she loved that chair. When I would take her in there, she would sit there the whole time with the thing going, and they'd do her little toes and her nails, and she was a real girly girl.
Well, thank you so much for coming in. I hope this birthday party for Danielle is a big success. I know it will. You'll probably be standing room. You probably have to chase people away. It's Sunday in your neighborhood, and it's Canyon Park.
No, it's Carmel Mountain Rec Center.
Oh, I was close.
You were close. I actually play softball at Canyon State Park.
Excellent. All righty, guys.
Thanks, guys.
We wish you the very best.
Thank you very much.
Really, truly do. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thanks.
It's KGB.
Of your silent reverie, you're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. So tied up in a straight line, and everywhere you turn, there's vultures and thieves at your back. The storm keeps on twisting. You keep on building the lies that you make up for all that you lack. It don't make no time. It's easier to believe in this sweet madness, all this glorious sadness that brings me to my knees. In the arms of the angel, fly from this dark, cold hotel room and the endlessness that you fear. You are pulled from the wreckage of your silent reverie. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here. You're in the arms of the angel. May you find some comfort here.
You're listening to Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw. This is the KGB.
This is the DSC at night.
KGB.
Friday and Saturday nights are rocking in the East County. It's live rock and roll at the Second Wind Navajo and the Second Wind Santee. Every Friday and Saturday night starting at 9, the Second Wind bars turn off the jukebox and crank up the amps. All of East County is coming to the Second Wind to dance, shoot pool, or just kick back and watch a game on satellite TV. While you're there, try a new brew. The Second Wind has tons of great drafts. There are 8 ATMs, and they'll even take your credit card. No matter where you're hanging out, you're missing the action if you're not at the Second Wind Navajo, 8515 Navajo Road in the Albertsons Plaza, or the Second Wind in Santee, located at 8528 Magnolia and Prospect. Open every day from 10 in the morning until 2 a.m. And listen to this, there's never a cover charge. It's the Second Wind Bars. Playing Friday and Saturday night at Second Wind Navajo with Serious Guys. Friday and Saturday at Second Wind Santee, it's Rockaholics. For info times and special event details, surf over to www.secondwindbars.com.
Oh, guys, we should do something this weekend.
Yeah, let's do something.
Yeah, let's do something. What do you want to do?
I don't know. What do you guys want to do?
I don't know. Something fun.
Yeah. Something fun.
Something fun. So what do you want to do?
I don't know.
Something fun.
Yeah. Maybe we get all the boys together.
Yeah, we get all the boys together and, we'll do something fun.
Fun?
Yeah, fun. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do something fun.
Yeah. So what do you want to do?
Something fun.
Yeah, something fun.
I hear there's a new musical opening at the Old Globe that's supposed to be just grand.
Huh?
Oh, Paulie.
Everybody's looking for something fun to do. The wise ones check the night and day section of Thursday's Union Tribune, where we pick the very best of restaurants, movies, concerts, theater, special events, and even outdoor adventures like hiking and biking, so you can have a great weekend.
I do like show tunes.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the show tune.
If you're a fan, I'm a fan.
I'm a big fan.
I'm a fan.
Don't make you a bad guy.
Night and day, in the UT every Thursday. The weekend starts here.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the center ring of Toyota Carlsbad, you'll find the most amazing, spectacular, incredible, and best of all, exclusive, that's right, exclusive, zero APR financing on new Toyota 4Runners, Camrys, and Siennas. Hey, what happened?
Mike, don't you think you're overdoing it just a bit?
What do you mean, Johnny?
I mean, we're Toyota Carlsbad. Relaxed, friendly, no hype, no pressure.
I know, Johnny boy, but it's Toyota Carlsbad's tent sale, and I'm so excited over the exclusive zero APR financing.
Zero APR financing is exciting, Mike, but the top hat, glittering suit, and the boombox is a little much.
You think?
Oh, yeah. And Mike?
Yes?
Remember, Toyota Carlsbad has factory rebates, too.
Step right up for factory rebates!
Mike.
Oh, I can't help it. I just love the circus.
Toyota Carlsbad.
Zero APR financing on approved above average credit, limited term. Solars not included. Tent sale ends October 1st. Toyota Carlsbad, I-5, Cannon Road, Car Country, Carlsbad.
Attention Escondido and surrounding North County areas. Get ready for live rock and roll every Friday and Saturday night. Then prepare yourself for the new Second Wind Bar in Escondido. This brand new club features live classic rock on Friday and Saturdays with no cover charge and a huge dance floor. What? No cover charge? You can shoot pool or just kick back and watch a game on satellite TV. The Second Wind has tons of great drafts and drink specials. And of course, there are ATMs when you need fast cash. And your credit is always welcome with lots of free parking. Open every day from 10 in the morning until 2 a.m. It's the Second Wind Bar Escondido, 1320 East Valley Parkway. Call 760-746-7408. Playing this Friday and Saturday night at the new Second Wind in Escondido, it's Nemesis. Playing every Monday and Tuesday, the Second Wind All-Stars with past and present members of Nemesis, Private Domain, Scoundrel, and Big Idea. Check out www.secondwindbars.com. Second Wind Bar in Escondido at 1320 East Valley Parkway.
San Diego's World Class Rock. This is 101.5 KHB. Thanks for spending time with DSC at night. Well, this Friday, we're kicking off our second annual Drive-In Movie Festival. Everybody loved it so much last year. Each week, we're going to view a different rock and roll movie. And the first movie is The Wizard of Oz, synced up with Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon. Now, you've heard the rumors, experienced these two classics come together. There will be free food and beer provided by Ballast Point Brewery. You need to bring your family and friends, your coolers and blankets. This is free to all KHB listeners. Other movies making their way will be The Wall on Friday, September 27th, and Woodstock on Friday, October 4th. So plan on being at the KHB Studios, 9660 Granite Ridge Drive at 7:30 sharp for a rock and roll movie extravaganza on San Diego's World Class Rock, the KGB. Let's get back to DSC at night.
Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw with you. This is the KGB. Here's the number, 888-570-1015. A lot of people want to talk about what they just heard on the radio here. Jim, you're first up. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Tip-top. Better now that you're on the show.
Well, I had to call and tell you that after your piece on Danielle, there's people on the freeway wiping tears from their eyes.
Yeah, it's hard to listen to Brenda talk about, her taking her little girl to the beauty parlor.
Yeah.
That's tough stuff.
Well, I just want to make a comment. There's things that you guys do that I turn the radio off because my kids are in the car, and it may not be appropriate or whatever. But
I can't imagine.
It's a good idea.
I can't imagine that day ever happening here.
But you guys keep bringing things home, and that's why I love you.
Well, thanks a bunch. Did you enjoy hearing their side of the story?
Oh yeah. I have kids myself, and I can't imagine what they're living through.
I'll tell you what. For Brenda and Damon Van Dam, I wouldn't wish just certain parts of this, let alone the horror that they had to go through of losing their girl, just the media spotlight that they got thrust into, and the the uncovering all the dirt and all the dirt dishing and man.
Well, I was at an event last weekend, and my wife called and said my kids were a couple of my kids were late getting home, and my world stopped.
What happened?
It was really nothing. They were just, we thought they should have been home earlier.
Yeah.
But it turned out to be nothing. But I tell you, a little nothing just stops your world.
It really does make you. Your heart stops.
Mm-hmm.
Everything stops.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they're doing this, but we pray for them.
Well, good talking to you, Jim.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for checking in.
I'll see you.
888-570-1015 is a direct connect here on the KGB. What's your thoughts, Shell?
I think they're
strong people.
I think they're strong people thrust into an impossible situation, and that they're going on for the other children that they have, and for each other, and for the memory of Danielle. And just sitting here looking at them and talking to them, I can't imagine how they're coping as well as they are. And yet, I think that's the strength that we're seeing, is that it's coming through.
If I open up the newspaper and someone's decided to do a story on the KGB and they say, yeah, and that Dave guy, he's a jerk. I'm shot for the rest of the week.
I know. It ruins your day.
I don't know how these people are up and walking around after the stuff they've had to deal with.
Yeah. Well, and I think Brenda said it, best. You just stop watching that or reading that. Or, I think you would probably have to just focus on your world and get
media blackout.
And just get through the task at hand. And
I got to stop listening to my own show.
Yeah, you really should. I think your life would improve.
Turn it off. Just turn it off.
We talk about them like if we
or at least Boyer's mic.
Right. Yeah.
That'd be a good start.
Yeah,
but I was encouraged. I like the way that she dealt with it, and her psychologist had the recommendation to go ahead and spend a half hour, an hour a day looking through family photos, or just taking an hour to grieve, and then just flushing it out and then going on. And I'm wondering if it takes maybe a couple of years before those days that make it even worse, that just hit you out of nowhere, maybe those start to come with less frequency.
They say 2-year minimum when you have a death in the family like that.
But you know what? They you should know, Ruth, you had to go through this, but we all know that, and we've seen them and we've seen you laugh and still have some joy and happiness.
Yeah.
Still sprinkle that in.
But I think, that in their situation, they had a task at hand, which is wrapping up now. The task was the trial. The task was, and Damon sort of intimated that it does get sort of harder as the days go by when you're alone, when you don't have to focus on.
And the birthday comes through, and their first Christmas. Thanksgiving. These things are going to be very difficult. And what really struck me that came home so loud and clear was finding her body just really made it just a sense of, there we go again, the word closure, okay? But it did give them a sense of relief that some of these other families just haven't had.
Well, I think about this dad in a Smart family, and he's just falling.
Mm-hmm.
He's in an endless fall right now.
Exactly.
With no bottom out.
Right.
Mm-hmm. How long's his little girl been gone now? It's been a couple of months.
Couple of months.
And Jahi's family. Falling.
Since April, that boy's been gone.
Yeah.
Here's Chrissy on the KGB. Chrissy, what's on your mind?
I think you guys did a really awesome job by having them on there. And I really have to say that I'm really impressed with both of them. Because I'll tell you right now, if anybody heard any member of my family they've never once bashed David Westerfield. They have always said, you know what, we're not going to mention this idiot, for lack of a proper word to use on the air. They've never once, he's had every opportunity to say every despicable thing about him, and they've showed class and just true dignity throughout the whole thing. And I can't even imagine what that would take, because I don't understand how just they can hold themselves together. It hasn't even really been a year yet, and the thought of how their daughter was dismembered, and they're able to just hold their head up higher than the lowlifes that did this to them is just impressive.
You know,
on all levels.
When they were in here and they were talking about that, and Westerfield's name, or at least the idea of him, came up a couple times, and Brenda and Damon seemed to get a look on their face like, that's the most utterly disgusting thing in their lives. And they acknowledge that it exists, but because it's so disgusting, they just don't want anything to do with it. You know?
Yeah, she called him a monster in the at the thing.
And they took
yesterday.
some great coaching from the DA's office and the prosecutors and the police, and they followed great direction.
I mean, just imagine sitting in that courtroom having to look at that bastard every day. Oh,
That's my point. I would have my daughter, I would have just flown over the thing and just beat the living tar out of the man, poked his eyes out. I don't care if I went to jail.
yeah, a lot of mothers have told me that exact same thing, and that's what they do.
Or even the father. I mean, he had to sit outside of the courtroom because Mr. Jackass in the chair, was getting scary looks. I mean, that alone made me really upset. That father had every right to sit in that courtroom and hear every word.
You're right. That was upsetting. My God.
You know, I mean, can you imagine you don't have your husband sitting there with you? You have to be out in the hall like some Commodore White, some reporter, some civilian who didn't even know your daughter got to listen to it.
Yeah. No, Brenda said that she was there every day, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she was
Because there
there
were
every day.
some pretty grisly days in that courtroom.
Well, it was reported that there were certain instances where evidence was being presented and she had to get up and walk out.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, during the pictures and stuff, the autopsy.
And Judge Mudd even said, when was it during the trial, when he said, let it be reflected on the record that Mrs. Van Dam has audibly left the courtroom. Because she gasped. She was like, and she had to leave.
Yeah, I don't blame her.
I don't
be there
either.
for that.
I don't either.
All right, Chrissy, thanks for the phone call.
You guys have an awesome day.
Thanks a lot. Glad you're listening in here this morning. It's Dave, Shelley, and Chainsaw with you, the KGB San Diego.
I'm afraid we're going to need another stool sample.
This is the DSC at night.
Not for medical reasons. My robot needs food.
1015 KGB.
Come to Drew Ford and you'll find out what true value is all about.
It's the 2002 clearance sale at Drew Ford in La Mesa, and you'll save big on every new 2002 car, truck, SUV, and minivan in stock. Get 0 APR financing for 60 months on approved credit on all 2002 four-door Explorers and Sport Tracks, Explorer Sports and Excursions, plus 2002 Mustangs, Rangers, Taurus, and Windstar minivans. Drew has been the #1 volume dealer in the county at one convenient location for 18 years in a row. And high volume means low prices. Come in today during the 2002 clearance sale at Drew Ford in La Mesa. This program ends September 30th. 0% financing in lieu of factory rebate. Down payment ranges from 0 to 30% down depending on credit worthiness. Some customers will not qualify for the lowest rates. $16.67 per $1,000 finance per month.
Hi, this is Jack, founder of Jack in the Box. Let's take a call.
Jack, my husband just told me the most unbelievable story about you.
He wasn't in my fraternity, was he?
No. He saw you on a TV commercial, said you were pulling up to people's houses in this giant flame-painted mobile kitchen.
Yeah, I was looking for real people to try my best sourdough jack ever, and I pulled up to Wendy's.
You went to Wendy's?
Yeah.
Who would let you into Wendy's with your own food?
Wendy.
No. Then what happened?
Wendy tried my best sourdough jack ever and loved it.
Your best sourdough jack ever must be awesome if it won over Wendy at Wendy's.
Oh, it is. The meat is juicier, and I'm using thicker, tastier bacon. Of course, I kept my classic toasty sourdough bread.
And Wendy liked it.
Wendy loved it.
What did everyone in Wendy's say when Wendy admitted she liked your best sourdough jack ever?
Nothing. I didn't see a single other person at Wendy's.
Get out.
Yeah, I know. It was a little creepy. Now here's Nick Greenwood, real-life crew member from Arizona.
Jack's totally redone his sourdough jacks with juicier patties and thicker, tastier bacon on crunchy sourdough bread. It's his best sourdough jack ever. And as always, we don't make it till you order it.
Football is all about winning, and so is Hotwire. You win every time you book a flight and save. And if you want to see a game out of town, you can't beat Hotwire's prices on flights, hotels, and car rentals. And now you can become even a bigger winner with the Hotwire Pro Football Flyaway. Winners get flights for 2 to a pro football game plus hotel and car rental. To enter, just log on to Hotwire and click on the contest button. Whether you win the contest or just say big on Hotwire, it's the classic win-win situation. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents except Puerto Rico and Rhode Island. 18 or older. Must enter by 11/15. Void where prohibited. See complete rules on hotwire.com.
When you're looking for auto service, you have a lot of choices. But how many have parts made for your vehicle? Low prices. Who knows your vehicle best? The answer to all of the above is Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealerships. And right now, they'll beat any competitor's advertised price on the name brand tires they sell. Get it all in one place, even on Saturday. Quality care auto service at Ford, Lincoln, and Mercury dealerships. Bring in a competitor's current price ad. See participating dealership for service hours and details through October 27th.
The TSC.
At night. Hey, don't worry. You don't have to make up stories here. Save that for court.
1015 KGB.
Dave Shelley and Chainsaw Radio Show. It's the KGB. Just after 8 o'clock. Thanks for switching us on. Outside of the 3 biggest cities, tickets are not moving really fast for the Rolling Stones' 48th farewell tour.
Really?
According to Fox News, there are 2 problems. One, the price. $370 for a ticket.
And that's for the bad seats?
I think that's for the better ones. And the other is Mick Jagger's image as a skanky 60-year-old inseminator of 20-something models.
Well.
So Mick has hired a PR firm to unskank him.
Oh,
really?
He's going to get deskanked.
It's a little late for that.
You know what that's like, Shell, when you got out of college.
Uh-huh.
It's hard to believe that the Rolling Stones are 60.
Oh,
It is unbelievable.
just look at them and you can believe it.
I mean, you know, he still looks like Mick Jagger, and he still sings and he moves and dances like he always did. But imagine like Wilford Brimley up on stage doing that kind of stuff, because they're about the same age, aren't they?
Oh my God.
It's true.
I think Mick Jagger's looking a lot more like Barney Fife and every year now.
Is that right?
I can't get no satisfaction.
It's what it is.
Is what it is. Little brown Chuck.
Don't you think he looks just like him?
There is a little resemblance.
But he
there.
runs around like a marathon runner. Remember in '98 at the Q?
Yeah, he doesn't slow down.
Now Keith looks 140. Now, come on.
He does.
Always has.
And
Yes,
it's
he always
amazing
has.
that he's done all the drugs that he's done, and Mick is usually the clean guy. You know, a glass of wine here and there, and the smart
Really?
business guy. Oh yeah,
He wasn't a drugs guy?
I think he might have early on, but he didn't abuse it the way Keith did.
And he went into physical training before
Well, there wasn't any
shows.
left over.
There was none left over after Keith. You're
Not at all.
absolutely right. But it's amazing they're both that same age with those varied pasts, and they both are alive. It's unbelievable.
I have beauty pageant news for you, Shell.
Tell me.
This year's Miss World pageant is scheduled for November 30th, and for the first place is taking place in Nigeria.
Wow.
Organizers are putting the finishing touches on a brand new 60,000-seat stadium specially built for the pageant. Now, wait a minute here. Aren't we always having to send plates of turkey over to these places because they're starving and what, they can build a 60,000-seat stadium for a beauty pageant?
I guess so.
That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't
It's
sound
not right.
It's not right.
Get
Come
Turco on the
on.
job. Well, the whole event may be collapsing. Yesterday, the 11th contestant pulled out
Oh, no.
in protest of the appalling treatment of women in Nigeria.
Okay.
You see, they're having this Miss World beauty pageant in Nigeria at a place where a judge ordered a single mother to be stoned to death for having an adulterous affair.
Right.
Oh, my God.
The only reason she's alive now is they're waiting until 2004 after the baby is weaned.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Then his 27-year-old mother will be buried up to her neck in sand and stoned to death.
Oh, my God.
That doesn't sound fun.
It's horrifying.
The sentence was recently upheld by an appeals court, causing international outrage and threats of a boycott. What are we going to boycott from Nigeria? Oh, yeah, well, we won't buy any more of your...
Your little thingy.
Your dirt!
Your rocks.
Marathon runners.
Yeah. Well, you know why they're running. They want to get out.
Yesterday, Miss Switzerland joined 10 other contestants who've already quit.
Oh, no.
She said, I can't stand by and watch this happen. It's absolutely appalling. Good for these women.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the president of the Miss World pageant, Julia Morley, is working with the Attorney General of Nigeria trying to get the convicted woman another appeal. She says contestants should put their faith in the due process of law.
Yeah.
What were you going to say, Boyer?
Well, you know, it's so sad that the Miss World is becoming another ground for politics. Just like the Olympics and now Miss World. How shameful is that?
This comes from the ESPN website. A woman writes in and says, while I was talking to a guy in a bar, we were interrupted by a girl I don't know, but he did know her. He didn't introduce us, so I was standing there sipping my drink, looking around, feeling awkward and uncomfortable. It was suddenly like I disappeared. Is there any graceful way to escape this situation? Has ESPN suddenly become Miss Manners for women in bars?
That's weird.
Kristen from Oklahoma writes in, may I suggest the thing that solves every single problem you'll ever face as a woman? Do you know what it is, Shell? Do you know?
I don't think so.
Do you know?
Come on.
The solution.
Come on.
That fixes every single problem you'll ever face as a woman?
As a woman? I don't. Might all? I don't know.
Might all?
Well, it
I think
helps
Boyer knows what it is.
sometimes.
Of course.
What is it?
SUYT. Show us your...
Well, he's right. He's absolutely
Oh,
right.
come on. Boyer's never right.
Kristen says,
Thank
lean
you.
over so he can see your breasts. I don't care what the problem is or how big yours are. This works every time. You don't have to do it like a slut or anything. Just lean over a little and play with your necklace.
Right.
For men, the mere idea that they might even see the tiniest part of your boobs will turn them into groveling idiots. Every time, I promise. So let's see. Do it.
No.
Do it.
You show him your breasts.
Well,
Boyer.
just
You
ignore
got a-
her, David.
You got a necklace on? Play with your necklace.
I'm not wearing a necklace.
Give me a hint.
No.
Just ignore her. We'll bring somebody else in and start
Fine.
talking to that person, and then she'll get jealous.
That's a clever plan, Boyer.
The Dr. Phil show debuted this week with the highest ratings for any syndicate. What? What?
Unwatchable.
No.
Did you watch it?
Spent 5 minutes. He's
Really?
dead without Oprah.
Oh, no.
Did you see the end of it yesterday, though, with his wife?
Rudderless ship.
I hear they walk off the stage every day together.
Oh, it's staged like that?
Uh-huh.
She's just talking about, well, why do you like to play in the clay? And he's like, what are you talking about? Every day you come home, you play in the clay. You play with, your little game of golf with your friends out in the clay. And you drag it all the way through and just reading him about how his house is so messy
What
because
the
he
hell is she
plays
talking
golf.
about?
Going
Play in
on,
the clay.
on, and on.
Anna Nicole, big ratings at first.
Right.
He's not in the I Like Club?
No, he is not, David. He will not be a member. He's petitioned, but it's not going to happen.
Well, it debuted with the highest ratings for any syndicated daytime show since the premiere of Oprah 16 years ago.
Wow.
It's impressive.
At the other end of the spectrum is the new show starring crime fighter John Walsh from America's Most Wanted. Now, in city after city, he had lower ratings than the show that came on before him, meaning viewers were clicking off, hitting the remote as soon as they saw his show. It didn't help that right when he was launching the show, the tabloids gave him a low blow. They put him on the cover and played up his divorce from his wife of 31 years.
Oh, man.
Walsh made this easy for them to do. He likes to take dirty pictures of his sexy young girlfriends, but they always come away from the affair with a snapshot of the two of them together, which they then sell to the tabloids. And he keeps the kinky shots for his private collection. His favorite thing is taking photos of his girlfriends while they're... While he's trying to flush out a taco salad, Shell.
that's quite an angle.
According to one report, Walsh was dressed up in a white tie and tails, and his date was in a full-length white gown. He asked for he wanted to flush out the taco salad. And as they were about to leave, he took a photo of it happening.
Yeah.
With him still in his tux and her still in her gown. Let me check this thing. It's a full-length white gown. Okay, good.
Ooh.
He didn't want to get divorced. He disagreed with his wife's description that he was a serial cheater, but just last month, right before she filed, he was spotted with a sexy blonde at a beachfront hotel in Santa Monica. And another former mistress says, if girls insist on wearing their panties and refuse to flash them in public while he takes their picture, well, he'll just dump them, plain and simple. So now, girls, you got the rules if you want to date him.
Grief.
Wow.
Now you know.
Now you know.
Come on, flash your boobs. Let's see
I
it.
don't think I'm gonna.
Come on.
You never do anything for us.
I know. I'm just a selfish.
You never dress
used person.
You never dress up in the slutty, skanky outfits that we're always buying for you.
I save that for at home.
That's what we have Abramowitz for.
Exactly.
That's a good point. I forgot my place.
He's on with the ass that won't quit, you know.
I got to come up with a golf bet for him.
Oh, good.
It's the eve of Dave's Free Thursday Golf. What did he have to do last time? I've forgotten already. Yeah.
Hey, you
which
know
is
what?
in our mailbox.
Yes.
Butt stick.
It's in our mailbox.
How'd that happen?
The butt stick is in our mailbox. Along with a box of brownies, I might point out.
Oh, I took those out of there because I was afraid of ants.
Is mailbox a euphemism or is it actually the mail room?
It's actually our mailbox.
This is the DSC at night. KGB.
The Perry Markdown Madness continues at Perry Ford of Poway. It's more than a clearance sale for 2002s. Right now, for a limited time, you can drive home in a new 2003 Ford Expedition for just $25,995. That's $5,300 off the MSRP and still includes all the bells and whistles that come with every new Expedition. Air, automatic, CD, ABS, power from bumper to bumper, and more. At Perry Ford of Poway, new 2003 Expeditions for only $25,995. 3 at this low price. MSRP of